We are Pearsall ISD.
The time is now 6:31 p.m. on Wednesday, May 13th, 2026. I, President Matthew Aguilar, call this regular meeting of the Pearsall Independent School Board of Trustees to order. I will now do roll call. Matthew Aguilar is here. Mari Benavides is here. Lionel Gondara is here. Diana Hughes is here. Dora Mata Rodriguez is here. Adrian Ramirez is here. And Marco Reyes is here. Let the record show that 7 board members are present and 0 members are absent, constituting a quorum. The meeting will proceed. This meeting is being held and has been posted in accordance with Government Code Chapter 551, the Texas Open Meetings Act. If during the course of this meeting the board determines that a closed or executive session is required, such session may be held as authorized by the Texas Government Code Section 551. We'll now move to item 2, invocation, led by Mr. Lionel Gondara.
Heavenly Father, we come together this evening with grateful hearts for the opportunity to serve our students, our staff, and our community. Thank you for the dedicated educators, administrators, and support personnel whose hard work shapes the future of our children. Thank you for the students and personnel as we recognize and celebrate them tonight for their commitment, achievements, growth, and the joy they bring to our schools. We are grateful for the outgoing trustees who have faithfully served this district. Bless them for the countless hours, the thoughtful decisions, and the steady leadership they have provided. We also lift up the newly elected trustees, grant them wisdom, courage, and compassion as they step into this important role. Guide us in the business before us, whether we are discussing policies, partnerships, or resources, so that every decision we make reflects wisdom, fairness, and the best interests of those we serve. Help us to approach each topic with open minds, respectful dialogue, and a spirit of collaboration. Bless our community with unity, our schools with safety and inspiration, and our hearts with compassion for one another. May our work tonight honor the trust placed in us and contribute to a brighter future for every child in our district. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen. That was great. Moving on to item 3, Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, we will move on to item 4, canvass election returns and certify results of the May 2nd, 2026 trustee election. The board will now conduct the official canvass of the May 2nd, 2026 general election. I have reviewed the election summary result reports certified by the election administration for Frio County. The report reflects the following official results. For trustee position 1, Mark Hernandez had 211 votes. We had Victoriana Perez with 254 votes, and the winner for trustee position 1, Juanita Rendon, had 465 votes. Congratulations. On trustee position 2, Matthew Aguilar had 444 votes, and the winner for position 2, Elogio Logi Rodriguez, with a total of 489 votes. Congratulations. Total ballots cast were 947, representing a voter turnout of 14.10% out of 6,718 registered voters. I will now entertain a motion from the board to canvass and certify the election results as presented.
The results of the May 2nd, 2026 general election for the Pearsall Independent School District as presented by the Elections Administrator for Frio County, and declare the following elected: Juanita Rendon to position 1 and Eulogio Logi Rodriguez to position 2.
Okay, I have a motion made by Marco Reyes. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Have a second by Lionel Gondara. All in favor? Motion passes unanimously. Okay, we'll be moving on to item 5, recognition of outgoing board members. Dr. Spoor?
At this time, I would like to recognize our 2 outgoing board members. So if Matthew Aguilar and Mari Benavides could come join me up here at the podium, please. Through their leadership, our district has continued to grow and expand meaningful opportunities for student success. Their willingness to serve and advocate for the best interests of our schools has left a lasting impact on the future of Pearsall ISD. Matthew Aguilar served 3 years on our Board of Trustees, including 2 years as Vice President and 1 year as President. During his tenure, Matthew demonstrated exceptional dedication, maintaining perfect attendance at every board meeting. He is also completing Leadership TRUSTEE this year and will be recognized as a Master Trustee, a distinguished honor that reflects his commitment to excellence in school board service. Mari Benavides has served for 6 years on our Board of Trustees, including 2 years as our Board Secretary. Her years of service represent a steadfast dedication to the Pearsall ISD community and a tireless commitment to the students and the families she has served. We also would like to extend a special and heartfelt thank you to the families of Matthew and Mari. Behind every dedicated public servant is a family that sacrifices evenings, weekends, and personal time so that their loved one can serve the community. Your patience, encouragement, and unwavering support have made their service possible. Pearsall ISD is grateful not only for the trustees who served, but for the families who stood beside them every step of the way. On behalf of the trustees, administration, staff, students, and community, we want to extend our heartfelt gratitude and warmest best wishes to you both, to your families as you embark on your next chapters. Your contributions have strengthened our district, and the impact of your service will continue to benefit students for years to come. Thank you very much. Marty, you can take this. We'll have fresh packets. Okay. You want to run? We have fresh packets for them and take your picture. Awesome. And now, if you want to. It's all written in here too.
So now we do the administration.
Item 6, the administration vote.
We'll call them both up. As City Vice President, I move that we move on with item number 6, administer the oath of office to elected board members. We will now administer the oath of office to the newly elected board members. By Audrey Gonzalez, Notary, will administer the oath. So at this time, Ms. Juanita Rendon and Mr. Eleurio Logie Rodriguez, please come up front. Logie, you mind turning around?
I guess we'll do one at a time. If you'll raise your right hand. I, Logie Rodriguez,
I, Logan Rodriguez,
do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will faithfully execute the duties of the office of
that I will faithfully execute the duties of the office of
Board of Trustee, Position 2
Board of Trustees, Position 2
of the State of Texas,
of the State of Texas,
and will, to the best of my ability, preserve,
and will, to the best of my ability, preserve,
protect,
protect,
and defend the Constitution
and defend the Constitution
and laws of the United States and this state.
and the laws of the United States and of this state,
So help me God.
so help me God.
So you'll sign. You can go take your seat. On your right hand. I, Juanito Rendon,
I, Juanita Rendon,
do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will faithfully execute the duties of the office of
that I will faithfully execute the duties of the office of
Board of Trustee, Position
Board of Trustee, Position 1
1 of the State of Texas,
of the State of Texas,
and will, to the best of my ability,
and will, to the best of my ability,
preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution
preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution
and laws of the United States and of this state.
and laws of the United States and of this state.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Have a seat.
Welcome. Congratulations.
I'm gonna go by and shake everybody's hands. Yeah. He did. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much.
Once again, congratulations to Mr. Elogio Logie Rodriguez and Mrs. Juanita Rendon for joining us here on this Board of Trustees for Pearsall ISD. We move forward. It's going to be our item number 7, the annual reorganization of board officers. As required by Board Policy BDAA, the board will now reorganize and elect officers. Officers shall be elected by majority vote of the members present and voting. We will elect a president, vice president, and secretary. Board of Trustees, at this moment, I open up the floor for nominations for the office of board president. Are there any nominations?
I would like to nominate, it is an honor to nominate Mr. Lionel Gandara for president of our Pearsall ISD board.
Are there any other nominations? Okay. Well, right now we have a nomination for Lionel Gandra. Is there a motion?
Second.
You make a motion.
I motion that we vote to elect Mr. Lionel Gandara as board of the Pearsall ISD,
Board president.
board president.
There's a second?
I second.
Okay, Mr. Logie Rodriguez seconds. So there's a motion by Ms. Dora Mata Rodriguez and a second by Mr. Elogio Logie Rodriguez to appoint Lionel Gandra as board president. All in favor? Unanimous. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. Okay, now we move on to the vice president. The floor is open for nominations for vice president. Is
I would like to nominate Mr. Marco Reyes as Vice President of the Pierce ISD Board.
Okay, we got a nomination for Mr. Marco Reyes. Is there a second nomination, other nominations?
Get that?
No, we just need a nomination right now, but is there any other nominations for Vice President? As I hear none, I see nominations for Vice President. So there is nomination for Mr. Marco Reyes by Ms. Dora Mata Rodriguez. All in favor for Mr. Marco Reyes for Vice President? Oh, sorry.
We have to make a motion.
Motion, I'm sorry, yes.
Yes, we're all nervous.
Make the
Okay.
motion.
So I move that we elect Mr. Marco Reyes as Vice President of the Pierce ISD Board.
There's a motion by Ms. Dora Mata Rodriguez for Mr. Marco Reyes as Vice President of the Pierce ISD Board. Is there a second?
I second.
Seconded by Ms. Adrian Ramirez. All in favor? Anyone opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Congratulations, Mr. Reyes. So now the floor is open for nominations for secretary. Is there any nominations for secretary? Okay, there's a nomination for Ms. Dora Mata Rodriguez for secretary by Mr. Marco Reyes. Any other nominations for secretary? As I hear none, I see nominations for secretary. Is there a motion for Ms. Dora Mata Rodriguez for secretary? Okay, there's a motion by Mr. Marco Reyes for Ms. Dora Mata Rodriguez as secretary. Is there a second?
I second.
Seconded by Ms. Adrian Ramirez. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Congratulations, Mrs. Rodriguez. Okay, so now as your new president for Pierce ISD, we move on to recognitions, item number 8. We will now hear our monthly recognitions by Dr. Spoor.
Thank you, Mr. President. This evening, we will have recognitions of students and teachers from each of our campuses, as well as the District Employee of the Month. We'll recognize some student athletes, we'll have district celebrations, and a couple of special ones for the community, as well as recognitions from the high school honor graduates. We'll begin with Mr. Adam Martinez with the campus recognitions.
Good evening, Mr. President, members of the board, Dr. Spoor, and members join us here in the audience. We'll begin this evening's recognition with our campuses. We'll begin with Ted Flores Elementary Principal, Mr. John Smith, and I'd like to invite Mr. Smith up at this time.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening, board members. Good evening, Dr. Spoor. Today I have the honor of introducing to you our student of the month. And Devin, you're going to have to make your way up here. Come on up, buddy. All right, Devin, you're going to have to turn around because I'm going to talk about you, okay? All right, ladies and gentlemen, I am proud to recognize Devin Del Toro as Ted Flores Elementary School Student of the Month for the tremendous academic growth he has demonstrated throughout the year through hard work, perseverance, and determination. He comes to school each day ready to learn. He participates actively in class and consistently gives his best efforts, even when faced with challenging tasks. Devin is also a positive and helpful member of our classroom community, and he's always willing to assist others when needed. In addition, he consistently shows kindness and respect by greeting staff members and treating others with courtesy wherever he goes. Devin's growth, positive attitude, and strong character truly make him deserving of this recognition, and we're very proud to recognize you tonight, Devin, okay? Oh, Devin, oh my goodness, I forgot to give him the award. Way to go, bud. Thank you, Devin. Thank you, Dad, for bringing them. All right, so next we have our Ted Flores Elementary recognizes Miss Nancy Escabel as our Employee of the Month, and in addition, our Teacher of the Year. Miss Escabel, can you please come up?
Woo!
I'm gonna talk about you while you're walking, okay? Yes. Ms. Escabel exemplifies the heart of education through her unwavering commitment, compassion, and dedication to students over an extraordinary 35-year career at Ted Flores Elementary. Beginning her journey as a professional, a paraprofessional, and growing into a respected bilingual educator, interventionist, and instructional coach, Ms. Escabel has continuously demonstrated a passion for helping every single child succeed. Her experience across multiple grade levels and instructional roles reflects not only her versatility as an educator, but also her deep belief that all students can learn and thrive when supported with care, high expectations, and encouragement. Now, what truly sets Ms. Escabel apart is her enduring love for the classroom and the meaningful relationships she builds with students, families, and colleagues. She approaches each day with positivity, professionalism, and a genuine desire to make a lasting impact on the lives of all of her students. Through her dedication to bilingual education, her nurturing spirit, and her commitment to instilling a growth mindset in our young learners, Ms. Escabel represents the very best of the teaching profession and is highly deserving of recognition as Teacher of the Year at Ted Flores Elementary. And I think the highest honor was the fact that your peers selected you. Congratulations.
Good job, Nasadia.
You should go take a picture with her. You should go take a picture.
Good job, Nancy.
And she finally told me that her name was Nasadia. And I'm like, oh my God, my husband's name is Nasadia. Wow. So how did Nancy come up? For sure, right there. Wow. Nancy. Nasadia. Oh my God, my husband's name is Nasadia.
Good evening, everyone. For Pearsall Intermediate, we would like to recognize Hayden Thalamantes as our May Student of the Month. Hayden is a very smart, helpful, and respected young student. She arrives at school every day with a smile and a genuine eagerness to learn. When she encounters challenges, she faces them head on and perseveres. Hayden is consistently helpful to her teachers and her classmates, either supporting them with assignments or simply encouraging them to do their best. Academically, she has shown clear improvement in all subject areas. And for all those reasons, we are proud to recognize Hayden as our Student of the Month. All right. For our Employee of the Month, we are honored to recognize Miss Jacqueline Lopez as our Teacher of the Year as well. Miss Lopez, you could come on down. We're extremely thankful for Mrs. Lopez's unwavering dedication to student success and her passion for literacy. As a fifth grade reading teacher, she creates a positive and engaging classroom environment where students feel supported, challenged, and most importantly, inspired to grow. Her commitment to building strong relationships with students, collaborating with colleagues, and going above and beyond each day makes her a true leader on our campus and a deserving recipient of this honor. Congratulations to Ms. Jacqueline Lopez.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, board. For Pearsall Junior High, our Student of the Month is McKenna Esparza. McKenna is known for her dedication to academics and her willingness to always do her best at whatever she is doing. She comes to class prepared, participates in discussions, and completes her work on time. McKenna is a student who demonstrates hard work, responsibility, kindness, and a positive attitude both inside and outside of the classroom. She will be missed dearly at PJH. Ms. Bass, get ready. Congratulations, McKenna, on this well-deserved achievement. I wish you nothing but the best. This year, our Employee of the Month and also Teacher of the Year is Mr. Dale Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez makes a lasting difference in the lives of students every single day. He is a dedicated math teacher who has earned this honor through his hard work, patience, commitment to helping every student succeed. Math can be a very difficult subject for many middle school students. However, Mr. Gonzalez has a special way of making it understandable and enjoyable. He explains lessons clearly, uses real-life examples, and encourages students to never give up when problems become challenging. Whether it is before school, after school, or during his lunch, he is always available to provide additional support to anyone who may need it. Being named Teacher of the Year is a well-deserved recognition of Mr. Gonzalez's dedication and positive impact he has had on PJH. Congratulations, G.
Yeah.
Good evening, Board. Dr. Spoor. Our May Student of the Month for Pearsall High School is Maya Norris. Maya is a student who truly embodies the spirit of our school through her character, discipline, and her intellect. Maya's intelligence isn't just about getting the answer right, it is in her deep curiosity and love for learning. Maya is often lost in a book. As an avid reader, she truly understands that every story and every chapter offer a new perspective on the world. Her passion for literature gives her unique insight that she brings to every classroom discussion. Beyond the classroom, Maya demonstrates an incredible amount of focus and dedication through her involvement in JROTC. She understands the importance of teamwork, service, and holding oneself to a higher standard. Perhaps most importantly, Maya is defined by her respectful nature. Maya's calm, respectful presence is a breath of fresh air. Maya, your hard work in your studies, your commitment to your core, and your kind heart make you a standout member of our school community. Congratulations on being selected as our May Student of the Month. And I didn't see her. Our May Employee of the Month and Teacher of the Year is Mr. Omero Reyes. It is an honor to stand before you today to recognize and celebrate our Teacher of the Year, Mr. Omero Reyes. When we think about what makes an outstanding educator, we often think about someone who goes beyond the classroom. Someone who supports students, encourages colleagues, and invests countless hours into making our school a better place. Mr. Reyes exemplifies those qualities each and every day. Mr. Reyes is someone who is always willing to step up and help wherever he is needed on our campus. Whether it is supporting our students, assisting with extracurricular activities, organizing events, or taking on additional responsibilities, he consistently makes himself available to serve our school community. In addition to serving as our CTE department chair and audiovisual teacher, Mr. Reyes dedicates countless hours outside the classroom as our color guard sponsor, assistant soccer coach, senior class sponsor, UIL coordinator, and Rotary Interact sponsor. Each of these roles requires time, commitment, patience, and heart, and he gives all of those generously. Whether he is helping students prepare for competition, supporting athletes on the field, organizing events for seniors, encouraging leadership through service organizations, or coordinating UIL opportunities, Mr. Reyes consistently works to create positive experience for students and opportunities for them to succeed. One of Mr. Reyes' greatest strengths is his readiness to help wherever support is needed. He plays an important role in creating opportunities for students to get involved, build connections, and represent Pearsall High School. His involvement across multiple organizations reflects his dedication to supporting the overall student experience on our campus. His willingness to serve, collaborate with others, and contribute to campus life in so many different ways had made a meaningful impact on our school community. Please join me in congratulating our Teacher of the Year, Mr. Omero O.J. Reyes.
Way to go, OJ.
All right, we'll close out the recognitions here for Employees of the Month with the District Employee of the Month this evening. I would like to bring up Miss Rosa Martinez. I know she's here. You see if she can make her way up. There she is. Rosa, or otherwise known as Rose Martinez, is our central office custodian, and congratulations for being named the Pearsall ISD District Staff Member of the Month. Rose does an amazing job keeping central office clean, organized, and welcoming for everyone who walks through the doors each and every day. She's always dependable, hardworking, and willing to help wherever needed, and her positive attitude truly makes a difference. We are grateful for all that you do, Rose, and we're proud to recognize you for all your well-deserved work. One thing that I will mention in addition to everything else, Miss Rose makes some of the best bean and cheese tacos that I've ever had. So she is an A-plus cook on top of being an A-plus custodian. So congratulations, Miss Rose, on being the District Employee of the Month. At this time, I'd like to bring up our Pearsall ISD Athletic Director, Mr. Joey Cantu, to continue with student recognitions for this evening.
Good evening, board and board members, Dr. Spoor, and everyone in attendance. Today I have the privilege of recognizing a couple of different groups. As always, you know, we're very proud of our kids and very excited to acknowledge all the hard work and dedication that they have put forth throughout the year, and definitely want to recognize them and give them their due credit. So as we introduce y'all today, I would like all the athletes to kind of be center with their coaches. We have some certificates and obviously some things that we would like to recognize you for. So if I could have all the track athletes who qualified for the area and the regional meet come forward. This group was headed by head coach or head boys coach Julian Hernandez and head girls coach David Alonso. So as I call your name, I'd like for you to stand or step forward so we can kind of recognize you. We have several athletes who qualified for the area track meet, and I would tell you, when I went to the district track meet, there were some pretty fast people, girls and boys, and I would tell you we were very proud of all of our track athletes. But this will kind of give you an idea about how special some of these kids are. We'll start off with Mr. Alexander Peralta. Please step forward. Alexander qualified in the 3,200 meter run, the 1,600 meter run, and the 800 meter run in all three events. And he was pretty tired after that day, but to qualify for the area track meet was an accomplishment, and we're very proud of him. Next, we have Miss Jaslyn Sanchez. Jaslyn qualified in the discus to the area track meet. Mr. Tony Ramirez. Talk a little bit about character. Tony was in position to qualify in the 100-meter hurdles, had hit one of the last hurdles, got up, and then had to run the 300 hurdles, and he flew in that event to qualify, and very proud of him and his character that, to get up from a little bit of adversity after hitting that 100-meter hurdle. Next, Mr. Steven Herrera. Steven qualified for the area meet in the 400-meter open run. Steven is also, one of those guys that just, again, gives it all. That 400-meter, that quarter, that's a tough race to run. And he did it with, pride and everything that he had. Also in the 400-meter run, Miss Angelina Montes. And again, these athletes give it their all, and it takes a lot to run that. Next, Mr. Samuel Martinez. Samuel qualified in the area in the long jump and also was part of our 4x100 meter relay team. Next, Mr. Jeremy Rodriguez. Jeremy was also part of that 4x100 meter relay. Mr. Dylan Wolf. Dylan was in the 4x100 and the 4x200 meter relay. Mr. Aiden Rodriguez. Aiden was in the 4x4 meter relay. Mr. Brendan DeLeon. Mr. Brendan DeLeon qualified in the 4x200 and the 4x400 meter relay. Mr. Jose Rocha. Mr. Rocha qualified in the long jump, the 4x2 meter relay, and the 4x4 meter relay. And Mr. Abel Elizondo. Mr. Elizondo qualified in the 4x100 meter relay, the 4x200 meter relay, and the 4x400 meter relay. So that again is a pretty good accomplishment. If you are a member of the 4x2 or the 4x4 meter relay, please step forward. So again, we have these athletes, and we're missing a couple, but I just want to kind of brag about a couple of these athletes in particular. To do it at a certain, part and time, but especially at the area meet, these guys broke the school record in the 4x200 meter relay and in the 4x4 meter relay. So, Mr. Alexander Peralta, please step forward with these guys. Stephen Herrera, please step forward. So these gentlemen here qualified to the regional track meet in Kingsville, Texas, and I would tell you they battled some pretty tough conditions. Obviously, the storm that came through Pearsall, well, that storm was kind of over in Kingsville as well. And the funniest thing was, obviously, there was no lightning, so they didn't cancel the track meet. These guys had to run through rain and run through puddles and gave it their all, but we're very proud of them. Mr. Alexander Peralta competed in the 3,200 meter run. Mr. Stephen Herrera competed in the 400 meter run, and our 4x4 relay competed and qualified for the finals and got to race in the finals for a chance to go to state. So we're very proud of all of these athletes, very proud of the coaches, and the thing that makes us even more proud of what they do and accomplish is they're also great academic students. Mr. Stephen Herrera is second team All-State in Texas High School. Mr. Aiden Rodriguez was honorable mention All-State academic, and Mr. Abel Elizondo, Texas High School Coaches Association All-State honorable mention. Give it up for these track athletes. Thank y'all. All right, next, if I have the softball team come forward. Doesn't work. Oh, sorry. My fault. The clicker was not working. So there are the accomplishments. Congratulations. Thank y'all, coaches. Again, if we can have all the softball players come forward. So our softball team, head coach Madison Martinez and assistant coach Michaela Fernandez, We only have 3 today because some of them are playing volleyball and they're in the volleyball league, and so they're at games today. So again, we're missing a couple of these kids, but still we want to make sure that we recognize them and their accomplishments. First, we have Jalissa Vasquez. She was selected first team all-district shortstop. Miss Zaylee Hurst. Zaylee was selected second team all-district outfield. And Miss Jaslyn Sanchez. She was selected all-district honorable mention. So once again, you know, we compete all year and we strive to continue to be the best that we can possibly be. You know, but with that as well, working hard on the field, these girls work really hard in the classroom. And I'm going to announce, I mean, I know we only have 3 here, but I want you to listen to how many names we call who qualify for academic all-district. Again, they have to have a 90 or above in their classes throughout the season. And so for these players, Adeline Castro, Evany Cano, Carly Elizondo, Geraldine Gutierrez, Jesselyn Gutierrez, Michaela Hernandez, Zaylee Hurst, Bailey Morales, Jaslyn Sanchez, Jalissa Vasquez, Victoria Hughes, Mia Zapata, and Elena Zapata, my fault. So again, give these girls a round of applause. All right. You got the picture? All right, ladies, thank y'all so much. If I could have any of the boys' varsity baseball team come forward to receive your awards. So with our baseball team, the one thing, unfortunately, we can't announce right now is the all-district picks because we have some teams in our district that are still competing in the playoffs. So, you know, they asked the coaches not to announce those picks. But the one thing that we can announce is the all-district awards. And so, again, we have our students here. We have Jarek Ramirez, Colton Rodriguez, and Mr. Logan Rodriguez. And like I said, we have many others, Mr. Jaden Ortiz, Ryan Martinez, J.M. Gutierrez, Aaron Valdez, Jonathan Rivera, Braden Cavazos, and again, Mr. Aiden Rodriguez was also selected to the Texas High School Academic All-State Honorable Mention. So that's a very big accomplishment. Thank you, guys. Thank you, board.
To continue this evening with recognitions, the month of May is quite a month for celebrations across the district, so I will invite our Director of Human Resources, Ms. Michelle De Leon, to come and recognize some individuals.
Good evening, board. As part of Pearsall ISD's continued commitment to recognizing the dedication of our staff, we would like to take a moment to acknowledge several important employee appreciation celebrations that recently took place and are upcoming this month. We recently celebrated Teacher Appreciation Week and want to thank all of our teachers for their dedication, passion, and tremendous impact they make in the lives of our students every day. Their hard work and commitment are truly the foundation of student success. We also celebrated School Principal Day and once again recognized our principals for their leadership, commitment, and the positive impact that they have on our campuses each and every day. While we also honor them during Principal Appreciation Month in October, we appreciate every opportunity to thank them for all they do for our students and staff. In addition, we recognize School Lunch Hero Day, honoring our cafeteria teams who work hard daily to ensure our students are fed, cared for, and welcomed with a smile. We also celebrated School Nurse Day and thanked our nurses for the compassion and care and support they provide to our students and staff throughout the school year. Lastly, on May 18th, we will recognize Speech Pathologist Day and thank our speech language professionals for the important role that they play in helping our students communicate, grow, and succeed academically and socially. At Pearsall ISD, we are proud of the incredible individuals who serve our students each and every day, and we appreciate the opportunity to recognize their hard work and dedication. Thank you.
Next, we'll have Pearsall ISD Superintendent Dr. Jody Spoor with our next recognition this evening.
Good evening again. Tonight we have the honor of recognizing someone who's made a very meaningful impact and difference in how our community understands and connects with Pearsall ISD. Mr. Manuel, where are you? Mr. Manuel Azocar III, come on down, please, sir. Manuel is our managing editor and sports writer for the Frio Nueces Current, and he has been named to the 2026 Texas Association of School Boards Media Honor Roll as a journalist, and his newspaper, the Frio Nueces Current, has been named as an outstanding publication. This distinction they both have truly earned. So Manuel and the Frio Nueces Current have been consistent partners in telling the story of our schools, whether it's covering what's happening in our classrooms, at our board meetings, or on our athletic fields. Manuel and the Frio Nueces Current bring fairness, accuracy, and genuine care for this community to everything that you write. He takes the time to know our district, our people, and our mission, and that shows in his work. The Texas Association of School Boards created the Media Honor Roll because great journalism strengthens public trust in education, and Manuel's a perfect example of that. We're proud to call him a partner. We're proud to call Pearsall home to journalism like this. So Manuel, on behalf of the Pearsall ISD Board of Trustees and our entire community, thank you.
For our final recognitions here this evening, I will invite Pearsall High School Principal Ms. Melissa Bass to recognize the top 10% of our 2026 graduating seniors.
I am pleased to announce the top 10% of students in Pearsall High School's class of 2026. As your name is called, please come forward and remain on the stage until all names have been called. Isabel Gutierrez. Abel Trey Elizondo. Aiden Rodriguez. Destiny Ellis. Carly Elizondo. Neve Quesada. Aisley Trevino. Steven Herrera. Diego Corona. Jocelyn Teran. Krista Garcia. Jason Jimenez. Julian Lopez. And Derek Rodriguez. This is Pearsall High School's class of 2026, top 10%.
Once again, thank you and congratulations, personnel and student body that were recognized. Congratulations. Thank you. We move forward to item 9, public comment. There are two persons that have signed up, so I'm going to read this announcement before I call you up here. The board will now hear comments from those persons who have signed up to speak. Pursuant to Board Policy BED local at regular board meetings, the board has allotted time for public comment, regardless of whether the topic is an item on the agenda posted with notice of the meeting. Generally speaking, an individual's comments to the board shall not exceed 3 minutes per person. A person may not defer his/her allotted time to another speaker. During the public comment portion of the meeting, the board will listen, but it will not engage in dialogue or debate with the speakers. The board has adopted specific complaint policies and specific procedures for presenting complaints. Speakers with specific complaints or comments about identifiable students, employees, or officials of the district will be directed to the appropriate district administrator and/or the district's formal complaint process. If the presiding officer determines that a presentation during this portion of the meeting is a complaint, she will respectfully ask that the person stop speaking and to use the board's adopted policies and procedures to have the matter heard through the appropriate channels. The board expects all members of the audience to behave in a polite and orderly fashion during this and all portions of the meeting. Speakers who use profane, obscene, threatening, or abusive language will be ruled out of order and asked to discontinue their comments. Disruptive conduct will not be tolerated. So right now, I'm asking for Mr. John Zamzo. You have 3 minutes, Mr. Zamzo. Thank you.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. Dear school board members, I was informed of a matter pertaining to my daughter's graduation rank for the class of 2026. After requesting her class for 3 weeks and being told that this information would not be released until the award ceremony, I received a call from a person in charge of the high school that she was authorized to release my daughter's class rank to us the day before the award ceremony. My wife and I met with her and were told that my daughter's rank had dropped from number 1 to number 2. All information that we had received up to this point was that Kendall was still ranked first in her class, which she has been ranked that way since she came to school here in Pearsall. The last transcript we received dated January the 20th of 26 had her ranked first. So you could see how disappointing this news could be. I have met with the superintendent. She has justified the calculations of how they figured out the final class rank. She has been a big help. A really big help in this. What my daughter and I don't understand is how a person of guidance was unable to communicate this information to us. Selena and I have been in constant communication with her and the school since my daughter's entered high school, always trying to stay a step ahead because we knew that Kendall had the desire and abilities to reach her goal of being number 1. What is disheartening is knowing that the person of guidance for my daughter had access to my daughter's plan and all of her information and was able to use this information to put her own child ahead of mine. My daughter and all of her hard work for the past 3 years, yes, she is also graduating a year early, 17 years old, was taken from her because a school employee used their power to modify the outcome. In my book, that is cheating, and as a professional educators, that should never happen. I have asked our superintendent to investigate her actions as an employee at Pearsall ISD. My attorney will be reaching out to the school district as soon as all requested paperwork is forwarded to me. Everyone knows the type of person I am. I'm not afraid to be honest and truthful. I've worked in this community. I have lived here for 12 years. I've invested all of my children's education right here in Pearsall. I've never tried to take advantage of anybody's system. But as you have seen in the past, this is very common in Pearsall. My daughter is upset because, once again, no matter how hard she tried and how much work she put into it, someone was able to manipulate the system to their advantage. I ask as a parent for you and as school board members to look into how the person in charge of my daughter's guidance was using their firsthand knowledge of my daughter's information to advance her own child. I'm also asking that anyone with firsthand knowledge of my daughter's records also be investigated. Her personal information is protected under the law, and somehow this information was used against her. I'm so proud of her and all of her accomplishments over the past 3 years. As parents, I'm sure you know how this feels. But seeing someone take this away from her has been the hardest thing I've ever had to deal with. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zemzo. Next speaker, Ms. Selena Zamzo. You have 3 minutes, Mrs. Zamzo.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
So you pretty much summed that up. But good evening, board members and superintendent, parents and students. We are here because we believe students deserve transparency, fairness, and accountability. There are certain individuals that played a major role in shaping students' futures. And with that role comes with responsibility to ensure students are properly advised and informed before it's too late. We ask the board to seriously examine how academic advising is handled, how conflict of interest can play a role in any student's academic success, and how students are informed about endorsement and graduation requirements. What happened to our daughter should never happen to another student again. As we understand an investigation may already be taking place, we respectfully ask that the investigation not stop with only the person that worked alongside my daughter when it comes to her academic planning, but also include everyone who worked closely with her and had access to our daughter's academic records, degree plans, grades, and educational information. We believe a full and thorough review is necessary to ensure fairness, transparency, and accountability throughout the entire process. We will not stop advocating for every student that has gone through something like this until we get answers. We ask you, school board, to take this to heart and remember why we serve on this board. To look out for each and every student here at Pearsall ISD. Thank you for your time and for listening to us tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Zamzo. That concludes the public comment portion. Item number 10, presentations. We will now hear a financial information presentation by Ms. Lisa Fernandez.
Good evening, everyone. This is a presentation of the district's April 2026 financials. I will begin with the combined funds board report, which will include the general operating funds 180 for athletics, 181 for swimming pool, 182 for band, and 199 for the general fund, as well as special revenue fund 240 for food service, and interest and sinking fund 511 for debt service. This is a comparison of revenue and budget by object for the general operating funds. On the left are the 3 revenue sources, and then columns for the estimated revenue, realized revenue to date, revenue balance, and percent realized. In April, $848.1 thousand of revenue was received. Of that, $482.3 thousand was received from local and intermediate sources. Total revenue received to date was $22.1 million, which was approximately 80.6% of the total estimated revenue. There were no additional revenues received for the month. $727 was received to date from other resources. Next, this is a comparison of expenditures and encumbrances to budget by function. This shows the appropriations, encumbrance, current expenditure, expenditure to date, balance, and percent expended for each of these functions. Function 11 for instruction, 12 for library, 13 for instructional staff development and curriculum, and 21 for instructional administration. Oh. I'm sorry, I apologize for that. In April, Function 11 had $189.1 thousand encumbered, $1.2 million expended, with the to-date expenditure of $9.6 million. Continuing with functions 23 for school administration, 31 for counseling services, 32 for attendance and social work services, and 33 for health services. Function 23 had $93.4 thousand encumbered and $179.8 thousand expended, whereas Function 31 had $7.8 thousand encumbered and $54.7 thousand expended. Next are functions 34 for student transportation, 35 for food service, 36 for co-curricular activities, and 41 for general administration. Function 34 had $104.1 thousand encumbered, $59.1 thousand expended. Function 36 had $131.1 thousand encumbered and $162.9 thousand expended. Continuing with functions 51 through 61 for maintenance and operations, security and safety, technology and community services. Function 51 had $793.1 thousand encumbered, $205.2 thousand expended, and $2.5 million expended to date. Functions 71 through 99 are for debt services, facilities acquisition and construction, shared service arrangements, JJAEP, and the appraisal district. Function 93 for shared service arrangements had $212.4 thousand encumbered, $424.7 thousand as the current and to-date expenditures. For the general operating funds, the total monthly encumbrance was $2.3 million, $2.6 million as the current expenditure, with an expenditure to date of $19.6 million, which was approximately 65.1% of the total budget. There were no additional expenses for the general operating fund. This is a comparison of revenue to budget for the food service Fund 240. In April, $406.6 thousand of revenue was received, with the majority from federal programs. $1.4 million of revenue was received to date, which was approximately 62.2% of the total estimated revenue. The Food Service Fund uses functions 35 for food service and function 51 for facilities maintenance and operations. Function 35 had $550.6 thousand encumbered and $205.4 thousand expended in April, with the expenditure to date of $1.5 million. As of today, there have been no expenditures for Function 51. There won't be any until the end of the year when we pay the utilities that the Food Service Department uses for the year. Moving on, this is a comparison of revenue to budget for the Interest and Sinking Fund 511 for debt service. $144.3 thousand was received in April from local and intermediate sources. This brought the fund's total realized revenue to date to $2.6 million, which was approximately 81.5% of the total estimated revenue. Fund 511 uses only Function 71 for debt services. There was $2 million encumbered with an expenditure to date of $211.1 thousand. There will be additional expenditures for debt service payments also made at the end of the year. Next is the schedule of general fund certificates of deposit. Amounts invested this month were $30,500,000. Interest accrued at the end of the month was $94,943.84, and the total value at the end of the month was $30,594,943.84. This is a schedule of interest and sinking fund certificates of deposit. Amounts invested this month were $1,327,731, with the interest accrued at the end of the month of $4,015.93, with the total value at the end of the month of $1,331,746.93. Next is the general fund investment in the Lone Star Investment Pool. Interest earned in April was $3,673.58. Total interest earned was $30,875.66, with the total investment plus year-to-date interest earned was $1,174,495.14. This concludes the financial presentation.
Any questions for Ms. Lisa or comments? Thank you very much, Mrs. Fernandez. That concludes on 10A. Now we proceed to item 10B, Facilities Update, presented by Mr. Humberto Gonzalez and Mr. Leroy San Miguel.
Good afternoon, Board. Good afternoon, Dr. Spoor. I'm going to cover some of the things that we're doing for the graduation. One of the things that we're doing for the graduation is correcting the stadium, preparing it for graduation on May 22nd, which is going to be for the graduates of 2026. And some of the things that we're doing, and I have pictures here, is we're kind of painting and making some upgrades to our field. I think we owe it to the community, we owe it to the faculty, we owe it to y'all. We're doing things like visitors press box painting. We put a new floor on the visitor side press box. All the bleachers got power wash, both sides. We want them to be clean for the preparation of May 22nd. Landscaping, I put landscaping because we planted grass on the backside of the home side stadium. There was a lot of area was kind of rough, so we went ahead and ordered some grass from Multicam and planted grass there. And with this rain, it's kind of helped out a little bit. So hopefully, not only for the graduation, but going forward when we start our football season and stuff, we'll look a lot better in that particular area. Concession stands all got painted, both both sides, on the home side and also on the visitor side. I'll go through, as you can see right there, they look a lot better. And then the dugouts, the baseball dugouts behind the football field, that's all been painted. We haven't done the softball field on the high school area, that's something we're going to be doing like in the summertime to make sure that looks good, kind of upgrading it, painting it, you know, just doing things to make it look better, right? Restrooms on both sides have been painted. There's a press box there. We painted that. And the inside of the press box, that's the visitor side right there, did you see? Didn't have tile, didn't have the wall was not painted. Now it's painted, has air conditioner, tile. We just waxed it and stuff, so it looks a lot better. It looks good, okay? And I thank all the maintenance department that's helping me do a lot of this. I owe it to them. The lighting and the bleachers and under the bleachers, and also the lighting on the concession stands and the restrooms, we've converted all that to LED. So when you go over there at night, you're going to see it's a lot more lighted up. We used to have that old, type of lights that they didn't do us any justice. Now we got LED and it looks a lot better. So it's really gonna be really nice. Of course, the stage is already up. It's on the field. It's already been painted. It's already been up, and then now it's just a matter of getting it decorated and for graduation. And it's gonna be nice. And of course, they did start the construction on the field on Monday. I did get a chance to walk with the superintendent of construction and also the construction folks. So one thing they do understand is to make sure that we keep it safe, we keep it clean, especially for graduation, because we know there's gonna be a lot of people taking pictures and things like that. So we wanna make sure we look as neat as possible and as clean as possible. And I did walk with them on that area. And then just, there's just some things we're doing. It's a kind of work in progress. Right after the 22nd graduation, we start the summer, and we're going to continue going forward, doing what we got to do to upgrade a lot of the facilities and the campuses as well. And then I just wish all the graduates of 2026 a blessed and successful year, and go 2026 graduates. That's all I got.
Thank
you. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Gonzalez.
Thank you.
I do have a question right quick.
Yes, sir.
I know you noted that restrooms on both sides have been painted and stalls have been upgraded. The water leaks or, commodes or the urinals, everything's been fixed.
Everything has been painted, has been correct. Oh, right. Everything has been painted, has been kind of upgraded. One of the things, just so y'all can know, we're working with a plumbing company. They're called Mark's Plumbing. Mr. Gondra, and we've ordered some commodes and stuff from them to replace, because a lot of what we have in there is mostly student commodes. What we want to do is put some adult commodes in there as well because of the handicap and stuff like that. So there's certain things we're doing, and we're doing that, and we're also putting in new stalls in certain other areas of the campuses. That's not my agenda, so I won't cover that, but we're also doing that as well, and we're working through this company called Mark's Plumbing, and those are some of the things that we're doing and we will be done by the 22nd. That's our goal. We said we'd be done by the 22nd, and we are going to be done. So that's the goal.
Good deal. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I have the pleasure of finishing out the presentation. When Mr. Gonzalez says he's going to hold them, can you hear me? Okay. When Mr. Gonzalez says he's going to hold the contractor that's doing the field accountable to make sure it's safe, he's going to do that. I can assure you that. We've had numerous discussions with the contractor and the engineer as well. So one quick introduction. I have Mr. Jeff Runge. He is a roofing consultant, and you'll hear a little bit more about some challenges we have at the junior high here in a few minutes. But he's been the one that has been out there looking at the leaks, and so I'll say a little bit more about that when I get to that section. So Jeff is here with me. He's the expert in roofing, so I wish I was, but I'm not. That's why I had to bring you along with him, in case you have some specific questions you want to ask him as well. So the track project. Let's talk a little bit about the track project. Get to my notes here. So the track project, as you know, there was we need to do some remediation and some upgrades to the track project as a result of various deficiencies that were found some time ago. And most of you on the board have already heard that and approved the us to move forward with that. So they're getting started. They started Monday. And as a result of that, they're starting the process of getting started. The reason we had to start like Monday is because if we don't, we won't make it to get at least the field ready by the time school starts. Now the track itself, because it needs additional time for curing of the asphalt, takes anywhere from 45 to 60 days for it to cure, and then you can put the surfacing on top. So that'll bring us close, if not right on top of school starts. So the track itself will be completed shortly after school starts, and that we had shared with you some time ago. And it's all about timing. So from that perspective, I'm kind of jumping around a little bit, and I apologize. But the track project is well underway. Any questions on the track at this point in time? Yeah, just get it done, right? Yeah. Oh, yes, I'm sorry. During the last, and I jumped around a little bit, the third or fourth bullet down there. So during the board meeting, the engineer mentioned to the Board of Trustees that we were looking at potential savings, things that we can take away from the bid, so to speak, to lower it down, that will not impact the quality of the track. And we have done that, and there were things that they found internally that will, like I said, won't impact the quality of the project, that could be reduced. And we identified at least $65,000 worth to that. Now, we haven't stopped looking. As construction goes on, sometimes we find other things that we can do. For example, we just talked a little bit about it, and our police department here, and Brian is there as well, about the fencing. You had a fencing project not long ago that secured the campuses and so forth, so on. Well, we're going to replace that chain link fence. We're going to tear it apart because we're going to make it room for the upgrades that we're doing at the track. But you already had the fencing bought for that particular one. Well, that was included in the project. So we're going to reduce that. And there's another $17,000 worth that we can reduce. So we're looking at ways to be able to reduce that cost so it doesn't, it's not so impactful. So that's a savings, Dr. Spohr. Thank you for reminding me about that. Okay, let's jump over to some roof leaks.
Mr. Leroy. Mr. Leroy San Miguel?
Yes.
I do have a question. Can you just give us a short synopsis on the scoreboard and the track for the two new members, where we're at with it?
Yes, they're coordinating, the two contractors, Tektronix. They had previously, the Board of Trustees had approved the purchase of a new video board to be put on there. And it was put on hold because I know when Dr. Spohr came in, she looked at some things and she said, maybe we ought to rethink this. And so as a result of having to do the track project, we're going to tear up the north end. That's the residential side. Well, we decided that's where the scoreboard was going to go. We had some discussions about that, and that's where they're going to put the scoreboard. Well, it all came together. We're tearing up that area anyways to do the track remediation, and then we're going to put the new scoreboard in there. So right now, the engineers and the contractor are talking to Tektronix and making all the pieces work, so that when the project is ready, you'll have a new video board. Now we got to talk about logistics and things of that nature, and I know Dr. Spohr and I have had discussions about logistics. You know, how is it going to be run, and things of that nature. So that's more to come on that. But does that answer?
That's it. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Let's talk about the roofing. So some background for some of the board members that just came on. You know, we had experience when last year sometime that there was constant leakage in and around the gym area in the front entry of the junior high. It's been around for quite a while. So when Dr. Spohr came in, she asked me, what can we do to be able to resolve that? And so the first thing I said is, let's get an expert to go in there and look at it instead of just hiring a contractor and go do some patch job. Let's just try to figure out what exactly is going on. So the district employed Holland and Cannon, and Jeff is the project manager for the roofing consultant. He went out there, they do the assessment, they looked at the building and tried to determine to the best of their ability where the water was coming from. Now they did what we call a leak test. It is nothing more than getting a water hose and just pouring a bunch of water as much as you can and try to make it leak so we can see where the leak is coming from. And so they did that. And if you remember, leading up to that point, we had a severe drought. It rained very little, but it did rain, but not a considerable amount of water. And so when Jeff and the staff went out there, they would focus their attention on those areas that were leaking. So just kind of keep that in mind as I go through the next series of the slides here. But recently, though, the district did hire a contractor. They went out there. They did what they were supposed to do. However, here comes a deluge. For 3 or 4 days it rained, and I know that you guys got hit pretty hard here, and it tested everything that you have out there. That's the best way I can describe it. Because when you get a 3 or 4, or sometimes even a 5-inch rain, it hits hard. And that water will figure its way out. If it's going to have a way to get into the building, it's going to figure it quickly and get in. What we noticed is, and Jeff was there with the contractor, when we started noticing that it was leaking, I think Mr. Gonzalez contacted us and said, it's leaking, guys, and it's in very similar areas that it was leaking before. They ran out there, they did their analysis, they tried to figure out where exactly the water was coming from, and as a result, they provided a report. Now, you should have a copy in your board packet of the report. It was done shortly, not long ago, after they had an opportunity to review the leakage that's on there. And it's pretty extensive in some respects. And so from that perspective, you're probably asking yourself, well, we just did some repairs in there, now why is it still leaking? Well, like I said, the leaks that were there before that the contractor fixed, they're holding. There's not leaking in an area, but you go down 4 or 5 feet and there's a leak over there somewhere. And so it was one of those that it's an old building, it's an installation, and as a result, it's starting to move, especially with a lot of water coming in. It's starting to manifest itself in different areas. So Jeff is here to give you a little bit more detail on that. But the point that I'm trying to make is that there was just a sizable rain event that really just pounded the roofing. And that's the only ones that we've got any reports that were leaking, and we will continue. So one of the things that the report says is there were 2 basic areas. There were some existing roofing leakage in an old part of the building that we were uncovered because we saw the water coming out from the plies, and Jeff can tell you more about that. There were some counterflashings that are in the buildings that came apart, and the ceiling wasn't holding because it's old. It's been there, if I can remember, a good 18, 19 years at least. And so when it dries out, so forth, so on, it creates leaks. And then there were some just general sealing areas where you put the ceiling down to seal up areas, and those are starting to fail as well. That's one of the things that Jeff and the contractor noticed right away. The second thing was there were some maintenance-related items, very few, and it's just more of cleaning the gutters and the downspouts that sometimes if it back up, it pushes the water up and it finds itself back in there. Now, granted that I must say that it's not necessary, it's maybe a contributing factor, but it's probably not the real cause of the leakage. So, and I know that Humby had told me, he says they started cleaning all that right away just to make sure that if there's another rain event, we don't have any potential issues. So before I go to the next steps, any questions so far? I know I said a lot and I said it really fast, but all I can tell you, and I told this to Dr. Spohr in our conversation, is your roofs are getting old, and we need to really start looking at what is the possibility of over time to be able to determine what is it that we need to do and when do we need to do it to ensure that we can mitigate any potential leakage in the future.
I think we just need a new school. That's just me.
Any questions? Anything?
No, sir.
So let's talk a little bit about next steps. In order to fix what we do know now, obviously, it's we need to get the roofing consultant back to develop, off of this report, to develop a scope of work. And fortunately, we put in the contract with the roofing, or the roofer, $5,000 as a, what we call our contingency, the owner's contingency, yours contingency. So hopefully we can use that money to mitigate some of the repairs that have been noted. However, our gut feeling is that it's probably going to exceed that because it's a little bit bigger. And we have a contractor that's willing to work with the district to be able to do those. So we just need to get the, in my opinion, I need to get the roofing consultant back again, do a scope of work, send it to the contractor, the roofing contractor that you still have a contract with, for them to give us a list of costs associated with all the work that needs to be done. And then we can come back and determine how far the $5,000 goes, that we need more money, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So that would be the next steps in order to resolve that. And obviously the sooner the better, so that we can avoid any potential issues with leakage in the building. Because roof leaks, they don't get better, they just get worse over time, as you can imagine. So one of the things that I was talking to Dr. Spohr about is, what I just mentioned is, to really replace the roofing in its entirety is a large capital expenditures. We're talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars. And one of the things that we are thinking about, and I know we've been talking about, is a potential comprehensive roofing analysis, an assessment of all your roofs. In one of the presentations that I made some time ago to the Board of Trustees, there's one roof right around the junior high that's what we call a single ply, that got beat up pretty bad by the hail damage. It had holes on it. And Jeff, I think we did some repairs on that as well.
Yes.
Yeah. We went and patched the holes because we saw the holes. And it's just a matter of time before it leaks. That's one. I'm giving you one example of things that we need to seriously consider before it really gets to the point where it's going to be difficult to get it done and then done quickly. But if we plan for it over time, then we can look at how we're going to get it done, either financially or logistically. So something to start thinking about in terms of all of your roofs, not just one building. It would be multiple buildings as well. So just a thought. I know Jeff is here, so if you had some technical questions, he can answer them for you.
What kind of time frame are we looking at for getting some type of a cost
On what we know now?
on what we have right now?
Yeah, that would be, we would need to get them engaged quickly. And since they got a report, they got a good idea as to where to start. And then I would say, Jeff, if we can engage them about a month. The month we can put out, well, in a couple of weeks they can put out the drawings and the specifications to repair, and then get to the contractor and give him a week or so to give us, so a month and a half would probably be.
Yeah. Just real quick, at the end of the day, we got to get this fixed. Our kids are in there. The longer we wait, we prolong the problems not getting fixed. I really think we just need to get a true number and then get on it.
Yeah.
Because we can't predict weather. We don't predict weather. We don't know
That's correct.
when it's coming or not, and it's unacceptable pretty much to have our kids in situations like that, our students.
Yeah.
And staff,
We agree, sir. I've been doing this for a long time, and the two things that are always impactful for roofing is the image that it gives and the impact to the campus, the students and staff, but also it will deteriorate your building quickly too,
Right.
if it's not addressed, because things, water
becomes
getting
worse.
inside a building is not a good thing. Flooring, painting, ceilings, things of that nature. So we agree.
Anyone else?
Well, I want to add that, obviously this is something that's very urgent, but we also want to look at whatever the cost may be, so then we can actually move forth and decide, do we need a new roof or do we need a new building? Yeah. I mean, I really think that those are all, so, but, the possibility of, looking at those scenarios are going to be really important.
Yes, we totally agree.
Thank you, Mr. San
Thank you
Miguel,
so
Mr.
much.
Rungi. Appreciate y'all. Thank you. Item 11, consent agenda. We will now address the consent agenda. Unless a board member wishes to remove an item for separate discussion, all items will be acted on together. Are there any items to be removed from the consent agenda? A, approve and correct minutes from the previous meetings. B, book list. C, resolution for summer hours. Any questions, comments, concerns on these three items?
Yeah, I did want to ask on the employees that we're going to put in for the 4-day, the 32-hour week approximately. How many employees are we talking about? Are we talking about 10, 12, 15, 20?
Yes, ma'am. So I don't have an exact number for you, but it's everybody that's on a 220 contract and a 240 contract. So essentially, principals, administrators, directors, maintenance, custodians, transportation for like the summer school as well. So all of us. Roughly, I would say there's about 60 to 70. Honestly, probably less. Yes, every single summer. Yes.
Every summer.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have an idea of how we're going to work out the 4th of July since it falls on a Saturday? That's not going to be
The district
it's not
doesn't
gonna
close
affect
anymore, so
anything.
we're just open. And so with the work days, that'll be coming later when we have another meeting. But yes, we are given days for that to use at their discretion.
Any other questions?
Oh, sorry, I forgot. I just saw over there. Police officers, security as well are included in that. I apologize.
We want to remove.
Since there's no further questions, is there a motion to accept the consent items A through C as presented? Or does anyone separate them?
I move that the Board of Trustees approve consent items A through C as presented.
There's a motion by Ms. Adrian Ramirez to approve the consent items A through C as presented. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Ms. Dora Mata Rodriguez. All in favor? Anyone opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Moving on to item 12, action items. We will now address action items. Each item will be presented and the board will be asked to vote. Item A, we're going to have Police Chief A.B. Cantu to discuss the MOU-Mutual aid agreement for emergency response between City of Pearsall, Frio County Sheriff's Office, and Pearsall ISD Police Department.
Good evening, Board. Good evening, Dr. Spoor. Today I'm seeking approval for a mutual aid agreement that came from House Bill 33. This came to the Sheriff's Office during one of our safety meetings. In short, the agreement states that DPS will come down and work hand in hand with the Frio County Sheriff's Office along with all local agencies to where we do drills together, tabletops, and we get to know each other's plans for any active threat towards the school, all the schools in Frio County.
Any
Yeah,
questions for Chief Cantu regarding this MOU?
Yes, sir. Essentially, this isn't anything new. That we always invite DPS, Frio County Sheriff's Office. They all know our plans. We all work together. It's kind of just putting it on paper and kind of checking off a checkbox for the state.
And y'all, is it like a training y'all go to like a weekend, or is it ongoing?
No, it's ongoing. So we have, safety meetings throughout the school year. We're also just planning an active shooter training here at one of our campuses, so the Frio County Sheriff's Office knows the layout of everything. And we're probably gonna look at June, early June or mid-June of inviting everybody and doing a training here.
I can tell you, we had one of the most interesting trainings that AB brought in. We had DPS, Border Patrol, the city, the county, and they showed us some of the technology that they use to track. And we talked about how we share all of the confidential pieces of the layouts of the building and all of that stuff, and how we can support each other. And so we've integrated and we work with them so that all of our pieces are shared with them, all of our floor plans, and we work with Daniel and technology to make sure that we can access some of their pieces as well. So we have a really great relationship here. This is just something now the state says every school district shall work not just with your own internal police, but with all the partners, because you heaven forbid something should happen, those folks are gonna be called in. So now we already talk and we know each other, and that will help us. We talk about things like, who's going to be establishing control at a site, what happens next, and what is my role going to be when I show up, what is AB's role going to be show up. So we really work through a lot of that, and like you said, the next step is to do some trainings with those folks in our buildings this summer.
Well, right now, you actually do meetings, like you said just a few minutes ago, between all the law enforcement, the hospital, and stuff like that. So you basically already have an understanding between those, offices. So, so it's just solidifying, this portion of it. So, any other comments? If not, I need a motion to approve this MOU. I have a motion by Mr. Marco Reyes to approve the MOU. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Logie Rodriguez. Any questions? Not all in favor? Anybody opposed? Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. Okay. Item 12B, multiple representation by attorneys. Dr. Spoor?
Thank you, Mr. Gandara. Walsh Gallegos, Kyle Robinson, and De Los Santos is our law firm that represents Pearsall ISD. They also represent our local Region Service Center 20. And recently, we have requested both the ISD and Region 20 legal assistance in drafting documentation for advice regarding a potential memorandum of understanding for the purpose of the teacher residency program. And that program, we're looking at using Region 20. So we always have our attorneys review an MOU. Region 20 also uses Walsh Gallegos. So what we're asking for is permission, much like we did when we worked for dissolving the co-op, that Dilly uses them, we use them. Now it's Region 20 uses them, we use them. So in order to move forward, we need to give them permission for them to represent both parties. So we were asking for permission for consent to Walsh Gallegos for multiple representation. Can I answer any questions on that? This is one of the grants that we received requires an MOU. It's just saying we understand exactly that they represent both parties. It should not impact either side, but just making sure. Yes, sir.
Which grant is that?
This is for one of the LIFT grants. There's the residency and the Grow Your Own. They're two pieces, and we're using two different folks for the Region 21. This is for the teacher orientation preparation program. So it's the residency piece. And in order to do the MOU, we want attorneys to look at it. So that's all that would do, is allow the same law firm, rather than making us go out and get a different attorney to look at the MOU.
And just for clarification, should there be a conflict of interest, they would make us aware.
Yes. Yes.
Good.
If there's no further comments or questions, I need a motion to move forward.
I move that the Board of Trustees approve the consent for multiple representations by Walsh, Gallegos, Kyle Robinson, and De Los Santos, PC, as presented.
There's a motion by Dora Mata Rodriguez to approve the MOU with the law firm Walsh, Gallegos, Kyle Robinson, De Los Santos, PC. Is there a second? Seconded by Ms. Diana Martinez Hughes. Excuse me, sorry. Let's start up already. Okay, so there's a motion and a second. All in favor? Anyone opposed? Nobody? Unanimous? Okay, for item C, MOU Grow Your Own with Grand Canyon University. Miss, I know we're not gonna.
Yes,
Into
Mr.
this.
Gandara, Ms. De Leon was notified this afternoon by Grand Canyon University that they did not receive, they were not selected by TEA as a partner. So today, Cotulla, Dilley, and Pearsall were all notified that Grand Canyon University is not an approved provider by TEA. So we are not going to bring this MOU tonight. We would like to withdraw this. I will let you know that we are working with other providers. We've called Sol Ross, and we've got an appointment with them. We're looking at other providers, but we are not the only district left scrambling. And again, we found out about it this afternoon, and everybody's a little shocked. So we will pause that and come back with a proposal for that. Again, that is the second piece of that grant that we received from the state for the Grow Your Own.
So no action on item C.
Yes, sir. We're withdrawing that.
We're withdrawing item C, MOU with Grand Canyon University, so we're moving on to item D, contract athletic trainer services presented by AD Joey Cantu.
Got it. Thank you. Good evening, board. Good evening, Dr. Spoor. Today, what we are going to be doing is we're going to be proposing the use of Bethpage Consulting with our athletic training for the 2026-2027 school year. With me tonight is Mark Paul, who's the owner of Bethpage Consulting. They offer, athletic training services. We have been in relationships with them since 2022 and used their services every year since 2022. And so I kind of wanted to just go over some of the things that obviously they provide. So our overview of the proposed agreement is Pearsall ISD is proposing an agreement with Bethpage Consulting to provide athletic training services for, again, the 2026-2027 school year. This agreement is designed to support the health and safety of student athletes, provide consistent athletic training coverage, ensure licensed medical support during athletic activities, and strengthen emergency preparedness for and athletic care. Some of the services to be provided: Bethpage Consulting will recruit and provide one full-time licensed and certified athletic trainer. They will support Pearsall ISD athletic programs throughout the school year, providing coverage for practices, games, athletic events, and then student athlete care and evaluations. And then in addition, they have additional trainers that, can be used and hired on as part-time for tournaments, high volume athletic trainer. So if we need to have more than just one they offer that service as well. The financial overview, the annual cost for this contract would be a full-time athletic training services would be $99,947 annually. The payment structure would be in monthly installments over a 12-month period. The AT fee will be payable by us in advance in 12 months or 12 equal installments of $8,328.92 beginning on September 1, 2026, and then continuing on through August 1, 2027. Some of the benefits which are listed up here, but just kind of the key points to this is, again, we have a partner with Bethpage Consulting before and have a good relationship with them and their staff. They have an established recruiting network, and basically they will have coverage if ever a situation arises for events, whether a trainer gets sick, a trainer cannot make it for some other reason. We have alternative trainers that they can send to take care of those needs for us. And so, again, I ask if you have any questions for myself or for Mr. Powell, we'd be happy to answer those.
We have students who are going or went through trainings. They're trainers and they were out there. Where are students involved in this at all? Or are we going to carry on with our, Ms. Bess, can you help me here? I don't know how the student training works.
So the student trainers were there with our trainer, Megan, and basically, our last trainer, which was Megan Ray, she was there and she was, helping students learn the process of training, how to wrap ankles, how to do those things, how to provide kind of more of the basic essentials, for our athletes. As a trainer, the one thing that we always ask is obviously you're trying to create, more of these students and give them opportunities and the pathway to maybe becoming an athletic trainer and so on and so forth. And so that's kind of the big use of these trainers. One trainer alone cannot do that whole situation. So yes, we are going to have to help the trainer out and try to recruit students to be a part of that athletic training staff. So then that way they can help out with all these basic needs, and that way they can be multiple hands for our trainer.
So the contract states, what was it, 99,000?
$99,947.
100K. So previously, Dr. Spore, you probably have to fill in this part, was the Frio Hospital. What was their part on it, and what's different about this year, the way the board understands?
So, and these gentlemen can also jump in, but
Okay.
in talking with the CEO of the hospital provided $20,000 of this contract out of their generosity. They received nothing from it. And so that just offset the cost of having a trainer who does provide health services to the community. But that is not something that they are able to sustain. And so in their budget process, they let us know that they're no longer going to be able to make a contribution to the athletic training program for us. So we're picking up the total cost.
Basically, it's been the same cost, similar at least? Give 1,000 maybe?
It no doubt goes up just because they are in
Sure.
high demand. And we discussed the potential of us going out on our own, trying to find a trainer. My biggest fear was, what if you have a trainer who gets sick and they're out for 2 days? If they get sick on a Friday morning and we have a game or we have practice, by going with Bethpage, they'll ensure we're covered. They'll send someone else. And it's not like I have a sub athletic trainer out there in the sub pool to be able to come in and provide that service. So it was, for me, the safety of the student athletes, between all of the practices that we have and the games that we have. We keep those trainers pretty darn busy. And so by partnering with Bethpage, we can assure that we're covered. I think we would all love to be able to pay them less, but that's
but when we
market
look,
now, right
yeah,
now.
but when you look at the salary for that person that we have plus everything else that we give them, I mean, you're almost basically.
Exactly. It's, yeah, we would have loved for the hospital to be able to help, but
I just want to get familiarized a little bit with that, you know, your company. So when you're talking about recruiting network, what exactly do you refer that to?
So we employ about 185 athletic trainers.
Okay.
So our, you know, that network in and to itself of those 185 people allows us to draw from that. The reality is in the state of Texas, there are about 4,500 licensed athletic trainers in the state of Texas, and there are about 2,000 high schools in the state of Texas. So the math gets really complicated really fast. And what has changed drastically around athletic training over the last 4 or 5 years is that industry, right? So Toyota, Frito-Lay, H-E-B, all of these companies are now hiring athletic trainers in their manufacturing process to reduce their injury rates and to keep their employees working. And so the military has also done the same thing. And so that has created an incredible shortage around athletic trainers in the state of Texas and also nationally. For perspective, at Lackland Air Force Base, they employ about 75 athletic trainers. And as an athletic trainer on the Air Force Base, you work 7 to 3, and you're gonna make roughly the same amount of money. There are no weekends, there are no games, there are no parents, there are no coaches. There's none of that to deal with, right? And so the challenge is attracting and retaining the best athletic trainers that we can to continue on in the secondary school setting. And the rural market creates even more of a challenge because you are putting somebody effectively in the middle of nowhere by themselves. And so what was happening is the only athletic trainers that were taking these jobs in the rural market were new grads, right? So somebody who was right out of school. These people have no experience, they have no network, right? And they have nobody to support them. So part of what we've been able to do and what we've been able to create in South Texas is this network of rural athletic trainers that we are supporting. And the reality for us is this is a little bit of a passion project for me. It's something that I think is really, really important. So we've been able to put these new athletic trainers in South Texas and support them by creating a network for them. And again, you know, part of what makes it complicated is if you're a new athletic trainer and you're in Pearsall, Texas, and you want to go to your cousin's wedding, there's nobody to fill in, right? There is no replacement pool. There are no substitutes for athletic trainers. And so part of what we provide is that flexibility for folks, which hopefully creates longevity for you guys. And again, that's part of what we feel like we bring to the market.
So you would have somebody available, let's just say the head football coach decides to have a Saturday morning practice just out of the non-schedule, would you have somebody available?
Well, we have some requirements about notice, right? So we do have some requirements about how much notice we get to schedule changes. But yeah, the point would be that if you have an event, so you've got a regularly scheduled volleyball tournament, right? And that's part of the agreement. And if the person who's assigned to Pearsall High School gets sick, we're going to send somebody else to make sure that your kids have coverage. Yes, 100%.
I might have missed it, but what about situations with multiple events on the same day? Where you send?
So we work with your athletic director to coordinate the schedule, right? To see what things need coverage, because some things do require 2 people, and some things require 1 person. And so that would be a process we would work through with the athletic department and the schedule. Obviously, you guys have specific venue challenges around where different venues are across your district, right? Because we're also assisting with things that may go on at the junior high or things that may go on here. And so we would work that schedule out with the athletic department to make sure that all of your bases are covered.
And this includes travel or just
Yes, ma'am.
local?
Yeah, it includes travel.
They go everywhere.
So away football games would be part of the agreement. Generally speaking, we wouldn't go to other away events, but again, if there was a request, we would work that out with the athletic director.
So just to, I don't know, Adrian, if you're asking about like basketball season, if the girls are away and then the boys are at home, our trainer would be at home. And normally they have their trainer on site for whatever school we're playing at that time. So that's kind of how we work together with the athletic department. We just make sure, sometimes the school will say, hey, we don't have an athletic trainer, you know, in a sense, if they're not, you know, there's a lot of schools that do contract with them or with Bethpage in the South Texas area. And I've had already instances where, you know, this year we hosted a playoff game, and obviously we didn't have an athletic trainer, you know, once Megan left to go do her other duty. So I asked those coaches or those school districts if they would provide their athletic trainer, just so we had someone there medically to take care of that event. I don't know if that answers your question, but.
Thank you.
So I just want to clarify, so this would basically be the cost. Mileage is included. Of course, if we need extra assistance, that would be additional cost.
Negotiate that, yes, ma'am. That would be, there'd be basically a overage, right? If there's something that's over outside of what we have defined as the scope of work, then there would be an additional hourly and mileage charge for that. Yes, ma'am.
I guess since you've been providing services for us since 2022, have we had many overages that you recall, and about how much overage?
No, again, it's really dependent upon your event schedule, right? So if you have got, you know, if you guys are going to host a huge track meet, I'm just talking about in general where other school districts request additional assistance, right? If you're going to host a 600-person track meet and we decide as a group, hey, this is more than one person can manage, that would be an example of a discussion. You have a playoff football game that's out of town, so we're going to go with the out-of-town football trip, but you're hosting a home basketball tournament, right? Would be another good example of where you might need additional coverage. So again, those are typically driven by the playoffs, is what drives a lot of our other schools to need additional coverage.
Right, but I was referring to
as far as giving
the cost.
You an actual dollar amount, I would have
well,
to,
I mean, I was just wondering if you remember about how much overage we paid, Pearsall ISD has paid since 2022.
254 schools under contract, so I would have a hard time coming up with a number for you guys.
Okay.
Sorry.
Right, yeah. I was just asking since he's here, so.
Yeah, and that's something we would work with you guys around the budget, right? And we know that, you know, every school district is facing those challenges, and we would, you know, we would work with everybody. Again, if you guys were going to another place where we already had somebody who was there who was providing coverage for them, then we would, you know, work something out. We do that all the time. So,
is there a specific place we take our injured players to that you refer, or how does that work?
that is up to you guys,
Okay,
right? So
okay.
the contract will say that we are, you know, you're going to designate who your team physician is, and we'll work with your team physician or whatever physician your parents want us to work
Recommend.
with. So
Yeah, okay.
from a medical director standpoint, as the licensed athletic trainer of the state of Texas, we're required to hang our license with a physician. And so from a company perspective, we have a group of physicians in San Antonio at Sports Medicine Associates who oversee us from a licensure standpoint. But as far as care for your athletes, that's at the discretion of you and your parents.
I have another question. So if there's football practice going on and the band is practicing and there's a situation with the band, somebody twists their ankle, could the services be extended to help those students?
So generally speaking, the answer to that is yes. Okay. Obviously, we're not going to leave football practice. Sorry. Obviously, we're not going to leave football practice to take care of somebody at band, but if band brings somebody over to football practice and you need an ankle looked at, that's not a big deal. And we do that. That happens all the time, every single day.
Any other questions? I see no other questions or comments. Anybody want to tender a motion?
I move that the Board of Trustees approve the agreement with Bethpage Consulting for athletic trainer services for the 26-27 school year as presented.
Okay, there's a motion by Dora Mata Rodriguez and a second by Mr. Marco Reyes to approve the athletic training services as presented. All in favor? No opposed? Okay. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Paul.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Cantu, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Item E, Transfer Fund 811, ownership to Pearsall Education Foundation. Presenter, Ms. Lisa Fernandez.
Thank you.
Thank you.
To clarify, Fund 811 is used by the district for scholarships. Pearsall ISD has awarded Maverick scholarships to support graduating seniors in their continuing education. The district is not aware of any documents that restrict its authority to relinquish trustee responsibility. While the district has managed this fund with care, transitioning the management to the Pearsall Education Foundation offers significant benefits for our students, donors, and the district, including but not limited to professional management, administrative efficiency, enhanced fundraising, improved distribution, and legal compliance. We ensure that all donor intent and criteria for the scholarships will be upheld in the transition. The move aligns with best practices for school districts looking to optimize their scholarship and endowment management. There are no public funds being transferred. These are all donated funds. The administration recommends that the board approve the transfer of custodial responsibilities to the Pearsall Education Foundation to better serve our students and other stakeholders.
Would we, can we disclose the amount of
Yes.
the transfer?
Yes. There is $167,954.72. I do want to say, before we make any transfers, we will thoroughly recheck everything to make sure there's not any outstanding liabilities, but there shouldn't be. So that's a very accurate amount to state.
Repeat the amount, please.
$167,954.72, sir.
Thank you.
Of course.
You know that we do currently have the Pearsall Education Foundation set up. The board approved that this fall. We do have our tax ID number. We do bank at the same bank right down the road, so everything is set up to be legal and lawful to do that at this point. That was one thing when Lisa and I spoke, the auditors recommended that we have this scholarship piece off of our books because it is 100% donation. It's not public funds, and this way those scholarships can be dispersed now. We can really have a way to make sure that that money is out to kids.
Do we have any funds in the Pearsall Education Foundation at the moment?
At the moment, it just started, and
Sure.
part of what goes into it is we received a scholarship from one of the nonprofits, and that was part of what was presented to the board, and that was for $15,000. So that would be deposited in, but this would be the seed money. It would allow the foundation then to administer those scholarships rather than have that be another burden on the high school to have to administer to make sure that they're checking. Did the kid get the check? Did they give all of the correct information? Are we sending it to the right schools? So there's a lot of administration piece to the scholarships that then the foundation can take over and ensure that it's done without extra burden to the high school.
Are we having a lot of issues?
Correct.
I think the biggest issue we have is that we haven't spent enough money. We've got a lot of money here to spend on scholarships, and to try to help the kiddos apply for the scholarship and them having to track and all that. It's an additional piece, but as Mr. Reyes mentioned, the biggest piece is legally to have this piece off of our working books is what the auditors recommend we do, and now that we have a foundation that can take care of it, that's going to be a benefit to us and to the community and kids. I don't know if Ms. Rendon wants to say anything. She has been on the steering committee and on the foundation board from the start.
Education Foundation is a great opportunity to supplement the district, whether it's the students of the district or the employees of the district. It does wonderful things that the district themselves cannot do in order to enrich the education of the students and to supplement the educators to be able to provide resources for the students in their learning.
So I have a question of, so obviously we have a pretty healthy balance here that should we approve the transfer, how much money are we anticipating and giving out to our kids? Do we have, any thought on that?
That would be something that the foundation can work on. So we currently have a list of the students who applied for the scholarship this year, and we have not told the parents or the kids exactly how much we were going to give, because again, it's one of those, we don't want to, obviously that money will serve several years of kids. But for example, we received that $18,000 check from GEO, and they intend for that to go to the kids this year. So we're going to look at what we've got and how to divide it out and make sure that it's equitable and everybody knows up front. But those, again, are some of the things that the foundation can lay out. Here are some of the guidelines and protocols for that scholarship. But any money that was given for a specific scholarship purpose, that will be transferred by line into this new one. It won't just be a free-for-all, here's your money. This was intended for this piece, this was for this. So the GEO 18,000 will still be a byline of GEO at 18,000.
Any further questions or comments? If not, need a motion?
I move that the Board of Trustees approve the formation of board advisory committees as.
No.
Oh, I'm wrong.
Nope.
Hold on. I got ahead.
Item E. Edward.
I move that the Board of Trustees approve the request to transfer Fund 811 ownership and administration to the Pearsall Education Foundation as presented.
There's a motion by Dormata Rodriguez, and there's a second by Ms. Diana Hughes to approve the transfer of Fund 811 ownership. Any questions? All in favor? No one opposed? Motion passes unanimously. You abstain, I'm sorry. Okay, you abstain. Ms. Juanita Rendon abstains.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Moving on to item F, formation of board advisory committees. Presenter, Dr. Spoor.
Yes, sir, Mr. Gondeta. We've talked as a board about creating some board advisory committees, and in order to do that, following board policy BDF local, the advisory committees are for purposes of advising the district, and it must be approved by the board in order to create these committees. So it would be primarily composed of district staff, parents, other community members, including students. It can include board members in numbers less than a quorum, so it would be 3 max. The formation of the advisory committee must be by board action, and when establishing the committee, we need to specify the number of members, the process to appoint, the terms of committee membership, and the responsibility of the committee. The committees are fact-finding, deliberative, and advisory, and shall not assume administrative duties or responsibilities, and they will report their findings and recommendations to the board. We have several potentials that we've discussed because of the nature of what we would have to do, deciding all of these pieces of it. our recommendation is that we would start with the Facility Advisory Committee, and in working with Mr. San Miguel, that will allow us to get in right now and start looking at the facilities, the roofs, the floors, the paints, the lights, the things that we know need to be addressed right away, to be able to come up with a more comprehensive plan, dig in a little deeper than we can during a general board meeting, but allow 3 board members to become more versed and to be able to share out at a board meeting. So this would be something that the board would need to decide if you want to do that, and we would need to again, decide the number of members of the committee, the process to appoint the members of the committee, and the responsibilities, and the terms of the committee membership.
Board, we've had the discussion before, and I think it was pretty, not unanimous, but it was a consensus that we'd like to go in that direction to form committees. And the 3 were Facilities, Finance Advisory, and Educational Programs Advisory Committee. So I know Dr. Spohr is referring to the facilities to at least start that up, and as Mr. San Miguel and Mr. Gonzalez mentioned, I mean, we're in dire need, as most of us expressed the dire need on the junior high campus. But I feel that we need to move on all three committees today, and basically have a discussion right quick on how many numbers on the committee, as Dr. Spohr, and actually it's on the BDF loco already, what number of members on the committee, process to appoint members to the committee, term of committee membership, as she mentioned, responsibilities of the committee. So if we can at least have a jump start on this tonight, you know, if there's a motion and we approve it, we can at least have that. And there are 2 state required committees that we already are on it, which is the safety committee mandated by the state and the CHAC. So.
How many people are on those committees?
On the CHAC and the safety was, the board president has to recite over it. And then you have Ms. Diana Hughes as well on the safety committee.
Total people are on that committee?
I'm not sure.
5, 7, 9?
Ms. Hughes? Turn on the mic, please.
I want to say a good maybe 20 AB? Did you say about 20, Mr. Jackson? I would say about 20 to 25.
I do have some recommendations, again, in looking at what some other districts have done and the ones that we have. If we looked at each school principal being able to nominate 2 parents and 2 staff members, and also for this, we can also consider having a couple of high school students to be a part of some of these committees to get their voice. Additionally, to have business and community members, we could have up to 10 members, and then 3 board members that you would choose how you want to select. And I can select either the community or business. I can solicit folks to join. That's what we do for our district improvement committee. We have to put the word out there, and we accept nominations rather than I pick who they are. We ask who would like to serve, and then we can bring those in, and either the board decides or I can decide. But I think if we get any larger than about 35 people, we're going to have too many people on a committee. But considering we've got 4 campuses, so if we lean on the campus to have some staff be a part of that, and also some parents to be a part of it, and then we work on having some district staff, and of course, district staff will support the committee rather than be active members of the committee. So if you have a number that you think you like, then we can divide down by that and say what percent would we like to be business or community representatives, what percent would we like to be representatives of the staff. So for example, on our district improvement committee, we have to have a certain percentage, 60% must be teachers. So we work with that percentage rather than a total number.
So how about 20 to 25? Going once, going twice now.
I think 20 would be sufficient.
You want to have enough where if some people don't show up, but you still have some voices out there.
Right.
as to what's going on.
That's just my opinion. I mean, you know, if anybody else has a number, like Mr. A says, up to 25, it's up to y'all, you know. We can start on that, and that's a good formula, Dr. Spoor, as well. To have the campus, you know, principals. Of course, we don't want to add too much onto y'all's plate already, but, you know, I mean, we are referring to y'all's campuses and other things that go into play, so. I know some of us as board members know exactly, you know, community members that fall into play, like in the facilities, you know, finance, and what was the other one? Education, you know, retired teachers that could help out as well. So I know y'all could probably bring at least one, you know, so.
And I think us as a board, we all know where our strengths are as well. So we would, you know, should we form the committees, we should really focus in on where can we, you know, be the greatest asset.
Let me ask this, Dr. Spoor. I didn't see it on the policy, but is there a chair assigned to those committees?
The person who's going to help run the committee is the district employee. Like, we'll do all the back work, we'll get everything done, and then the committee can elect a chair from them. Usually that's what we do with you know, the DEIC. The district will provide the agendas with input from everybody, and we'll help run it, but the committees themselves can choose who they would like to be their chair.
May I ask of y'all, the principals that are present, I'm assuming all four of y'all, any suggestions from y'all on recommendations or?
How many people, staff-wise, how many parents? The principals are saying 3 to 5 per campus. So if we had, again, you've got parents that you would bring in, just like we do for the committees.
Couple of employees.
2 parents, 3 parents, what do you recommend?
2 parents, 2
2
employees,
parents,
and yourself?
And employees, 2.
Sounds good.
So 2 parents per campus, 2 employees per campus, 2 seniors or juniors, so 2 upperclassmen. So the question is, should we have younger students than the upperclassmen? It depends. Sometimes, you know, that you may want to have them come in and speak at a particular meeting rather than be a member of the committee, which would be seeing everything, not just the campus. So for example, if we did come to the junior high, we might want to have junior high representatives, same with the other campuses. However, to serve on a committee, traditionally you'll have just the upper level students come in, because these will be meetings in the evening, and they're traditionally able to be by themselves rather than with a parent.
But I like your idea about having them come, especially junior high kids. Because they would be able to do that.
Mm-hmm. They are going
Good
to
point.
high school.
Good point.
They'll know the road, they'll feel comfortable.
Well, it's an opportunity for leadership automatically.
Student leadership.
My only concern is if we're going to put big numbers on each committee, it's unfortunately a lot of people that we have to go and grab, and you know, I don't know if we could find that many people that would want to be involved, even though these are important committees. But if we go, like, let's just say we go with 20 and we've got 3 committees, that's 60 people we've got to go looking for. So, I mean, so could we do maybe possibly 10 to 12, a little bit more feasible?
So doing the math, if we have 2 parents for 4 campuses, that would be 8. 2 employees, that would be another 8. Then you're talking 2 to 4 students, 3 board members. Right there, you've got, you know, you've already got 21, and that's before you add any community members and any district staff that would support that. So,
But we would divide those amongst the committees and they could choose, again,
Well-
where their strengths are? That's how I'm thinking. I'm thinking cumulative, and then we divide.
keep in mind that the idea behind these committees is that they would be providing some pretty serious input, especially if we're talking about facilities. They're going to come in and give some input, some advising on this. And the same thing with, again, finance. We may not have a lot of people who want to be on that, but if we open it up to this would be your max, and we can come back and say less. But again, these are your, you know, advisory committees that you would have. This is business that we do that would allow everybody to have a little deeper dive into. Again, when we talk about finances, we talk about facilities, and then about educational programming. I don't think we'll have a too hard a time getting different staff. My concern is if I'm only going to be pulling in the same principal, the same couple of teachers, I'd like to spread that love among our staff and our parents. And certainly we've got some community members that would probably, like you said, if it's a facilities thing, there may be somebody more drawn to that as opposed to finance or educational programming. Some people may feel very passionate about, I want to talk about that, about, for example, the post-secondary or the early childhood piece, but we can work on that. So again, I know that it's asking a big pull on the parent end to get different parents to come up and do this, but
They have to understand, you know, the purpose of the committee and the focal point of it, you know. I know I reached out to a couple of gentlemen, community members for the facility site, and they're willing, you know. One is an electrical, you know, company owner, and he's willing to, you know, be part of this committee. And then another gentleman, you know, that's also like concrete and all that kind of stuff that might, you know, help out in some sense, you know, and they're willing to participate. So I think it's just reaching out to some people individually, you know, that might help out, and I'm sure you can probably get a couple of people.
We need to move forward, and we need to try to build these things, and one, because of where we're at right now, you know, school-wise, but we've got to take our schools back, our community, we have got to become proactive to where we're at and the state of academics, the state of our school. We don't want the state coming in here and taking over us. And if we don't come up and if we don't wake up, it will happen. And so you're going to start seeing a lot of proactive things starting to happen from this board moving forward because of where we're at. And so I just want everybody to know that, and I want to make it for the record that we're asking people in the community to get involved. We're asking you to come out. Be a part of what we need to do. These are your kids. This is your future. We're here as a board. We're elected officials. We can only do so much. You have got to be part of your students' education. You're your kids. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. I support what you just said. Yes, absolutely. We do need, I know that as difficult as it may be, and it's a challenge, I think we need to start building.
Gotta start somewhere.
Well, for now, let's just look at the three committees and just, I guess, nominate ourselves for now on those 3 facilities, finance, advisory, and educational programs. I know the discussion was prior to today, of course, when we had those initial talks. Facilities, I had myself down, and Mr. Reyes, would you be, oh, we had you on the finance, Marco and Ms. Dora. And the educational was Ms. Adrian and Ms. Dora.
Who also would like to be on?
Yes,
on that.
that's what, you know, that's what we're trying to say, Mr. Logie.
Yeah,
Which
facilities.
facilities? Okay. Ms. Diane, I know, you're on the security, but I'd like for you to stay there as well.
That's fine, I'll do the educational.
Educational? Okay. Ms. Juanita?
What is it, finance, facilities, and education?
Yes, ma'am. We have a spot in facilities and finance.
I'll take the finance.
Okay. So we have
Marco, Dora, and.
Juanita from finance.
Yeah.
And then educational, we have Adrian, Dora, and Diane. And then facilities, myself and Logie. I mean, that's fine.
How many do we have in facilities?
2.
Say once again who you
You do? Okay. And then Miss Adrian as well on facilities.
Just not.
Okay.
What do you got? What are you missing?
Say it again.
Okay, so for board trustees to be on this advisory committee for facilities, Lionel Gandra, Logi Rodriguez, Adrian Ramirez. Finance advisory, Marco Reyes, Dora Mata Rodriguez, Juanita Rendon. Educational programs advisory, Adrian Ramirez, Dora Mata Rodriguez, and Diana Hughes.
Pretty well rounded.
And as it is right now, this is not part of this conversation, but she is also on the safety committee, Ms. Diana Hughes. So, and now I am.
By the way.
By statute, the board president must chair the security committee, so we'll put you on that one as well.
Okay, so
Give me a guidance on the number of members on the committee. You can give me a range, and I'll work on this.
22?
22.
I agree.
Okay, 22.
That's a starting number.
Yes.
I agree, it's an even number.
What do you think, ma'am?
No, I'm just saying exactly 22, or is there a range? 22, okay.
22 to 22, 23.
Well,
22 is a good starting number.
22 is a great starting number. Okay,
if you
so
want to be fair to the campuses, equal amount of number, you would be 24 instead.
22 to 25?
Let's divide equally.
22 to 25 will be the members,
There you go.
number of committees. The process to appoint members, so if it's to appoint parents and teachers, can we allow the principals to appoint? Is that?
Y'all willing? Okay.
They know the parents, they know.
Yeah, no, I'm just asking because I know sometimes they might be. There you go, twist your arm a little bit. Okay, just don't get that wimpy elbow.
Codos. The terms of committee membership,
Well, we change,
2 years?
it could be 2 years. I was just gonna reference every year there's new elected board of trustees, possibly. You know, but doesn't matter, 2 years will be fine. I mean, because you need
Okay.
time to progress, and some of these are long-term, especially facilities, so those are long-term.
Okay, so
You
a
would engage more people that way.
2-year term with how many re-elections or reappointments or re-ups? Is it 2 years and you're done? 2 years and you can keep rolling for another 2?
I would say, I mean, I wouldn't put a limit on there.
I wouldn't put a term limit.
No.
Okay, so a 2-year term with unlimited re-up.
Yeah. And
Okay.
unless they don't want to be a part of it.
Right.
Then they're out.
But we don't have to remove someone.
Correct.
Okay? And the responsibilities of the committee, what we have down here is that it's fact-finding, deliberative, and advisory. They shall not assume administrative duties or responsibilities. They will report their findings and recommendations to the board, so after meetings, that will become a standing board presentation item. One of the 3 board members from the committees can report out.
Yes.
And we will have a facilities advisory committee, a finance advisory committee, and an educational programs advisory committee that district staff will work to put together the information on that. Do you have anything else you would like for me to work on with that one? Okay, we'll get to work on these pretty quickly, so we'll have some summer work for the committees to begin, and as many people as we can get in. I'll get with the principals, and hopefully they can get a few parent names that Mr. Reyes can help call over the summer too. We'll help get the parents on board if you can help get us some names.
So we got the numbers of 22 to 25 and unlimited term.
2-year terms, maybe re-elected or
2-year term, yeah,
re-up
but
each
unlimited,
time. No limit.
Okay.
Absolutely. You can, absolutely.
Okay.
I think it's a great start.
I agree.
Okay, so to move forward with a initial meeting, especially with the facilities with Mr. San Miguel, what are you proposing us to meet? Like the first meeting, when would you like to meet? I mean, because we're gonna have to involve you. Mhm. Quarterly. Right. June.
We propose that that we would probably, especially with the facilities, meet monthly to start and then transition to quarterly, and we would propose to hold these in the evening so that folks can
I
be
mean,
present.
that's yeah.
And
have to be feasible for all of us.
for the facilities committee, for sure, we'd like to hold it at the different campuses so that that can be a part of the meeting, is to walk the campus, to see some of the concerns that we have, and then we can also hold them at other neutral locations. And again, if we can get this approved tonight, then we can send out some calendar invites that would happen, preferably right after graduation. Then we've got a week, and then we're in June. So we'll work to give everybody enough notice, and again have those in the evening so that everybody can make them, and I'll run those dates by you all as well before sending out invites.
Okay, so just clarification on the 22 to 25. I mean, we're not just including the campuses, correct? We're also including possibly a community member? Okay, okay.
We would
Just wanna
have
clarify.
2 parents, 2 employees,
Yeah.
a couple of students, and 3 board members, and then the rest of it would be made up by community members.
Okay.
And if we need to bring in special folks, they can come in as needed to the committees, and if the committee needs to grow, the board can certainly make that adjustment as well at any time.
Okay, so you got the specs? Okay.
Notes, and
All right.
we've got them recorded, yes, sir.
There you go. So, let me see. Regarding item F, 12F, correct? 12F, formation of board advisory committees, and I'm just gonna name just the board members per the committee. Facilities, Lionel, Logie, and Adrian. Finance Advisory, Marco, Dora, and Juanita. Educational Programs Advisory, Adrian, Dora, and Diana. And then the rest of the information has been noted by Dr. Spoor, recorded by Dr. Spoor, and in terms of number of members on the committee, the process to appoint members to the committee, the term of committee membership, which was at 2 years, and the responsibilities of the committee, which was noted on this agenda item. Any further questions or comments? May I have a motion to approve Thank you, sir. There's a motion by Mr. Marco Reyes. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, seconded by Ms. Juanita Rendon. All in favor? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay. Okay, so now item number 13, closed session. Let's see, what time is it? 9:12. The board will not convene in closed session at 9:12 p.m. as authorized by Texas Government Code Section 551.074 to discuss and consider the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a public officer or employee, or to hear complaints or charges against a public officer or employee. 9:12. Thank you, staff, for being here and staying late with us. Appreciate y'all. Thank you. Okay, there's a motion by Mr. Marco Reyes. Is there a second? Seconded by Deanna Hughes. All in favor? No one opposed? Unanimous. If there is no other further business, Dr. Spoor? Okay. I move that this regular meeting of the Pearsall ISD Board of Trustees be adjourned at 10:40. Thank you. Everybody have a great evening. Thank you all.